So different. Yes. Hello? Oh, there you go. Oh, the virus. I'm just laughing at comments that I get once in a while. Some guy is like, did blood quit 1 hour ago? I guess like, you know, some people just don't get like the notification for lives, for live streams or something. I don't know. Maybe they meant like, what if I quit video making? But did blood quit? I wonder. Amazing. So amazing. Very cool. Another one? Another one. Another one. I wonder if Ask herself knows, or themselves. I think it's a she, right? But like knows like what's going on, like, cause it's like just like non-stop. Non-stop is like, hey, everyone's trying to be like me, like non-stop. Another one. Wow. Tough being so popular, bro. Oh, actually, I do want to do a quick test. So I've been thinking about what I want to do. I think, oh shit, it's white. We could do like other art, but like I'm figuring like since we're on this journey of like just really trying to dig in here and figure out like exactly where what we want to do for each aspect of the style, so on and so forth. Might as well just finish it off, you know, like not necessarily too much longer here. The only other thing I'm kind of thinking of line art is what happens if I made it a little bit rougher. Because right now, this thick lines... Oh, wait, I'm drawing it backwards. But like, yeah, before I thought it was kind of dark. Now I thought it's kind of okay. Perhaps even a little faint. So thick lines might be fine here. But I'm wondering if I could maybe double up the lines just like what I see in other people's stuff. But it is very noise. But we can't have thick lines that way. We have to be thinner lines. Which I guess with colors, I don't know. Also, the thinner the lines, the more precise I may have to be, so it's kind of hard to gauge. Should I bother right now? Maybe I shouldn't bother with this right now. If we have something that's fine, then we kind of go with it for now. So it gets a little bit more stable first, maybe. Kind of hard to tell like this, because you do have to finish the coloring too. You have to commit. Anyways, let's ignore this for now then. Oh, right, but anyways, with respect to what I want to draw, I think in order to push the south forwards, I think I do need the two of them together now. Because then I can make use of the new character and try to see if we can make something slightly different for her. Let's come with a new idea, I think. Um, Hmm. Target is what? This guy? What's up, the virus? What? Doesn't check out for some reason. I don't know what's breaking this. Oh, maybe it's too low. has like literally no way for me to fit the ears. It might actually be physically impossible to put her at this location. This is too big. The head is too big, the ears are too big, everything is too big. Let's see. Target is here. Yeah, I made her a little bit too small, I think. But if I make her any bigger, it doesn't fit in the... Like, the heads are too big relative to the shoulders. So it's kind of interesting. But it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's kind of weird seeing Rhea actually being the bigger one. Yeah, target is here, not here. Let's see. Yeah, because the eyes are okay. So would have been here-ish. Let's see. Here-ish. Hmm. most of the excuse me, most of the things are in here. The thing is just the interactions. And I feel like if you have two characters, like so first of all, pain in the ass, right? A lot of interactions. I need to figure out how to fit everything in here. We could just hand wave it and just pretend that it's fine, you know. But like I feel like the biggest appeal of having multiple characters interacting is to show the interaction with like different parts of the body hitting and interacting that way. So I'm going to have the ears get sort of crushed a little bit by Ria's face if I can make it look like that. I'm not sure if it looks like that right now. I need to see how it works later. And the other ear, I think we have enough space, right? But then I'm going to have the hair kind of go over it later. So everything is going to kind of interact a little bit. And then we're going to try and show a bit more volume. Indeed, yeah, her ears are huge. Canonically, her ears are big. Not necessarily a fennec, though. They're just big. Ria Zero is also kind of huge, honestly. For wolves, don't really have that big of a ear. Like that big, like proportionally to their face, is not that big, right? Foxes kind of have bigger ears proportionally. Same thing for the tail as well. Anyways, her whole thing is that she's small, but everything is big. She might be a little bit too small. This is too small, but I think it's fine. It doesn't feel like she has the height needed. But it's okay. That's the part that I'm gonna hand wave, I think. And Ria's own ears. So the ears are about the same size, but Ria's face is bigger. Gotta make this work here. Yeah, this proportion here is... thickness doesn't look right here. Oh. Go bend a bit. It's like multiple roughs. I think the first one is the rough layout, and then the individual characters get their own layers for the rough. And then now we need to combine both. I need to bring the two of them together on the final set of roughs. The pose, though, I think is interesting. I kind of like that you can see her shoulder here. You can see the shoulders here. But what are Ria's hands gonna do, right? Maybe like come down here and like block the chest here, maybe? Not that there's anything to block, but like just like layout wise, maybe like that. Oh, I left this in Lamau. I didn't even see it. And then the other arm could also... I'm just gonna make it simple and just do that. I was gonna have it on her head, but like there's a giant ear here. There's like nowhere to put it. I thought it was gonna be on here, and then her face is gonna be further. But I want her face to be touching Ria's chest like this, and then we're gonna have her interaction here, right? So interaction here, interaction here, interaction here, and here. And this hand here that she has is gonna just kind of gently lay on it. If it were Faye, this would be very different, but this is not Faye, so... I think maybe I'll have her hand on the outside here. I was thinking that it would go behind and just around her waist and her body, around Ria's torso here, but it's a bit easier to... No, that's if like Ria's hand's on top, but I don't want Ria's hand to be on top anymore, so we're gonna put this, we're gonna change it a little bit. And I was doing the layout here, so her other arm, elbow is here, elbow is here. Her body is kind of tilted, and her face is touching while she's kind of like looking a little bit this way. So that's how we're seeing most of her front face, even though she's kind of like that. So the other elbow is here, the forearm is here, and then the hand is here. This hand, upper arm, elbow, lower arm, hand is here. If it's around Ria's arms, it would be maybe a little bit wider. But then Ria's hands might tend to be a little bit more crushed inwards, maybe? Maybe more this way, let me see. I don't want to be too aggressive with this erasure here. target here-ish. This arm is definitely not a thing, you know. That's kind of short. Oh, right. Oh, whatever. Not much I can do about that. Like, the softness is very important, so all the touching physics needs to be done as well as I possibly can. Like, all these interactions here should have some indentations, some fabric folds, and this and that. This way we can make it actually perceivable, otherwise it's Though I don't really like this arm like this. This head size too. Like, yeah, despite most things kind of being in place, it's taking a while to really bring it in. Wait for it to stabilize. Shit, did I leave junk on the face again? God damn it. Yeah. Just the one I want. How long ago did I leave the junk here? Holy shit. I keep doing this crap. I could just have it like this, I guess. Yeah, it's margin of error at this point. Yeah, maybe this way. Yeah, I need to push it separately. Put it down separately, sir. Point in, point out. Point in is kind of awkward. Yeah, but it's not required. Okay. We're fine for the most part, I think. Framing was... Oh, interesting. I was thinking about the tag problem. I think I wasn't thinking about it, but I realized that they're both gonna have one. And I think it would be nice if they just match on only having the tail instead of having it on the ears and the tail. I guess very noisy. It would be nice if they both just match on the tail like this. And then that would be that. It doesn't fit in that. Too big, perhaps. Too big still. Do it like this. Okay, now we need the physics renders into the parts that overlap here. So small, big, 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 and then I guess kind of average for Rhea setup. That's fine, that makes sense. His head feels a little bit more like that, perhaps. And then I'm gonna check them individually real quick. The only thing left is maybe I wonder if there's some kind of other design element. So she's completely white, like pure white, which presents some interesting challenges. But I think It's like a nice balance, because white means we can kind of work around, we can add a lot of random colors if we want. And primarily because shadows are blue shifted, she's going to be more blue. So she might be a good sort of balance for Ria's warm colors. Only warm colors. But then she's going to also have some kind of patterns. I'm going to think about this a bit. Like her patterns are gonna be, so that's the normal version of her, right? And that's gonna be pure white if we ever go the furry route for that. If not, it would just be human with like white hair and white fur and white tail and white ears, all that. But the plushie version has like a, and we might get like a blue line here that sort of suggests that there's like two types of colors, but there's actually still just white. So like there would just be a blue line here, but this would be white and this would be white still. And then there might be some other similar sort of things going on here. Not confirmed yet though. Thinking about it. I'm sure her design is going to change quite a bit here and there. But yeah, she's gonna get some blue color here, I'm hoping. I want to. Because white and blue is really good. White, blue, pink. It's a very golden combo. Yeah, inner ear is gonna be pink. That was always decided. Where are the blue though? And the blue might be accessories though. Might not be on the body. This part of the hair is not sorted out. Get rid of the frame here. Her hairstyle is kind of similar to Ria. Oh, actually I realized I got the... No, I didn't. Wait, hang on. Yeah, no, it's not. It's both the left side of their face that has this weird difference, but everything else kind of goes to the right. Actually, for her, it kind of goes down. I forgot. It's not meant to go to the right side. It's meant to just come down here. Maybe I can add one more thing here. Any physics here? This eye might be too high or something. Okay. Or is it because I need to go this way? This fits a bit more. I think this is a bit more balanced, maybe? Goo goo gaga. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh, I guess this side hair is in the way. Her face is not directly on Ria's chest here, but I'm gonna have interaction here. That's we can leave that till the end. Looks fine, I think. This part is probably fine. Move this out first. Alright, where's my border? Hello, George. Yes. Wah wah wee wah, goo goo gaga. Ooh, wah wah. A woo wah. A googa. What's MYGO? I don't know what that is even. My Goo Goo Gaga was always from just baby speak. It was never the Enfield Enmin Goo Goo Gaga that the Chinese are making with AI or something. Mine was just a baby doing Goo Goo Gagas. Oh, I have no idea what that is. My go. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave it in. There's a weird negative space here, but actually we have an option of just making the tail sort of disappear a little bit into the background. They will be there, but they will disappear a little bit. And because her color is white, this empty space here doesn't really exist. It's just a line here. The only thing I'm wondering is if there's any other physical design I want to give her. But I guess if I don't have any ideas now, I might as well just let it go for now. The next step would be to do the final, where I need to figure out the interactions between the two of them on the parts that do overlap. Ooh, gaga. Gaga boo gaga. What? No. Shit. It happens every 20 streams or something where I move this thing by accident. Usually it's off screen, which is even more annoying, but I think maybe the text should have their names. I've never reviewed the character's name, but I can do it today, I suppose. And nothing too special. It's not like VTuber debut. I think it's nice to have the names on the tails, perhaps, unlike the tags here. It's such like an aggressive way of like pushing them out there. Like the names are always visible. It's kind of funny. Hang on, let me think. You know what? We should do names, but I think the names can be... So they can be like what? Like English, Japanese, Korean. It can be anything. As long as it makes the same sound, right? So depending on who's drawing, they can choose to sort of put their names here in the orientation of the canvas rather than orienting it to the thing. And then it can be shit, how do you write Japanese? Yeah, Japanese is so hard, like, because you have so many ways of writing it. Like Ria. You can do like the small Ria, but this becomes one word, which doesn't make sense. So at least it has to be two. But you can also drag it out if you want. Ria. Also hiragana. How do you write Ri in the... Oh, it's just this. And then it's like the same thing, was it? Shit. I haven't written this in so long. Probably not katakana. Probably hiragana. Hiragana feels a little bit better. Because katakana is very foreign word is. Let me see. Yeah. Namae. I'm not gonna give her kanji because I don't like kanji for names unless there is specific meaning. Oh right, yeah. I forgot. There's the other one. Instead of saying R-I-Y-A, there's the R-I-A version, which is just shit. How do you write it? No, this is O, right? This is A. And then the other one is what? How do you write A here again? Holy shit! Why is it so hard? What? Where's the katakana version? Why is Google not giving it? Oh, this. Okay, now it looks like a Pokemon. Right, yeah, I always see this R if I Pokemon names. This is proper name, I think. I think we'll do this instead. I want a hiragana name instead. I don't want a dash. Because it goes Ria. Ria. Right, it's like fast. So we'll stick to this for now. I'm gonna leave all the other versions here. So that I can take a quick glance. Ria. Ria. I haven't really used her name as much until like we started streaming. Even though she's had the name for like 15 years, I always just did the very stereotypical pet owner thing where I just go Woofy. Woofy Pupper. Pupper med pup face. Oh, no bueno. Anyways, this other character, she has a proper name, but I have to type it out because I don't know how to write the kanji. Shit. I think this is the. Let me think. What was the sequence? I think so. What animal is she? She's a fox. Arctic fox. Well, actually, I don't know if she's Arctic fox or not. She's just a fox. Is this name was designed specifically to reflect her own personality. So this here, oh shit, why can I not write? This here is pronounced Awayuki. Awayuki. So Awa, like this, Awayuki. And this by itself means snow, right? Everyone knows Yuki. It's a very popular name by itself. And you can see obviously why. It's just gonna be pure white. But like Awa here is Shit, I better find a proper definition. For me, in this situation, it just means very light snow. Snow. What's the proper? What's the English word for this? Eigo kudasai. Light. Oh, it just means light. Okay, never mind. So it's like light snow. It's like gentle snow. The whole point of the character is to be gentle, to be light. In terms of personality. So together you get like, for me it's gentle snow. And then over here you have the word for haru, right? Which is just spring. And this is just a meme. Like usually like this, you would just do the usual haruki with like this. In hiragana. I'm not sure if I want to do katakana here. Actually, I'm not sure if this is thing. So most likely we'll be writing it like this. But the haru here specifically was coming from spring. Like the way I did it was from personality into kanji. And then I just added a key at the end to make it more name sounding. So fully it will be this. And the interesting thing about having that key here as well is that you can just take 2 at the end and then you just make Kiki, right? So that's why we go with Kiki here. Like that maybe. Hiragana. She's the only one that got like a proper name with meaning. All the other characters, they just got names for sounds. This sound was also checked out though. I did check out the sound in my head, as in like whether if it's being influenced by anything. There wasn't anything that was messing it up, so it was okay. But yeah, this would either be hierarchy like this or hierarchy like this. This is the full width space. It looks really stupid, but I don't know how to change it sometimes. It's kind of a pain. Yeah, but anyways, her name is Kiki. I'm just gonna call her Kiki. For the purpose of what we're doing here, there's no need for the full name. The full name might be like one of those things that it's just like out there, like it's public information, but like no one really uses it. And then like new people might not know about it. It's like that kind of thing. Like even in the story, like people might not even there might be people that just go around like interacting with her the whole time without knowing what her full name is. Another daughter, hello show. Yeah, I mean she's been around for so Via herself is August 2011. This new pupper is August 2022, actually. 11 years apart. Specifically August 1st. How do you spell first? Like this. And then I gave Ria my own birthday just because it's easier to remember. So they're quite close in terms of numbers. There's no real reason why it happens to be this close just by chance. Like it's not like I did this on purpose. But yes, I'm gonna deal with this trickery that is physics real quick. So we're just gonna hold both layers here. Make sure they're visually separated. I'm gonna start moving them out here because I'm gonna be rendering this. But so let me try to think about this, right? Her chin, Via's chin is somewhere on top of her head, which means that the ear here is on the side of her face, which either is behind the hair here or are interacting with the hair. This one is definitely going to lay on top of this other one. No, actually, that depends, right? If she's coming into this hug, her head will be pushing the hair inwards. So more likely than not, it will be behind it, rather than actually resting on it. But I don't think it matters too much to think about the physics in that sense. Yeah, no, she's... Yeah, like a lot of my characters, they don't get the same amount of love, for sure. There is one piece where she was... the One Piece is real! There's one piece where it was shown, and I didn't didn't extract it out. God damn it. Well, I mean, do I have it? I have it in the Ria sketches, I think. The older ones? No, it's the newer ones. Never mind, it's here. Like we were doing these, she's the one that's up here. I did give her a bow. I did give her a bow. Her idea wasn't that fleshed out before, but it's three of my characters here. She was meant to be in like the really high apartment, and then they're looking up at her, and then she's looking down at them. But yeah, this never really went too far. I never actually rendered her in the end. It kind of I wasn't sure if I was confirmed with some things, this and that, but that's fine, I think. She got smaller. Everybody got smaller with this style because it's cuter. That's the focus of this. I am going to just put the hair on over because I get to show physics. How long is this? Shoulder here, right? So we should end already. What would be her row? It's interesting because it's not quite... I've never really used her at all. Like, we haven't really drawn her at all, right? So, but her intended role, at least, was meant to be exploration into the fashion and design. So, man, like, where do I start? So her personality is designed to be something that I don't necessarily agree with. She's a lot more trusting. She likes people, right? She believes in people. She's a lot more kind-hearted in that way. So she's more likely to sacrifice herself to do other people good, which I don't agree with, right? But we need a character like that because I need something that, otherwise everything's too dark, right? She's like the sort of bright light kind of. She's basically the suzerain of Arknights, right? But from us, where it's like an innocent character and then you see the world through this innocent character's eyes, and you see the good that people may or may not have. You know, like she chooses to see the good side regardless. That is at least the personality kind of design wise. That's why she needs more protection, because she's gonna do stupid shit. But like trusting people. But like regardless, and then in terms of her sort of other roles, it would be just for me to draw like clothes and stuff like that. Because if you look at face design is exceedingly aggressive. She has a lot of like high contrast colors, right? And it makes it kind of hard to put clothes on her that work, because you have saturated purple, you have this dark and black and white setup. It's kind of hard to make things work. But in her case, she's pure white. You can literally fit anything on her and it will look fine, right? If you have like very bright clothes on her, she just looks very bright and looks very pure and innocent. If she have dark clothes, then the contrast can be set up nicely. The white doesn't carry any sort of warm or cold tones, and you can kind of color it any way you want to fit the comp. So that was the original idea. In the context of this sort of stylization and this idea with them being plushies is that she's kind of like, oh yeah, she's kind of like a fashion designer, kind of she likes fashion and this and that. So she can be the one that's fixing them up clothes, making them like in terms of like Ria's body getting like a new body because her old one's all torn up from the usual design. That's how we're justifying why like Ria doesn't have any cuts here. Because that she made like a new body or something like that, you know, like it can be, she's that kind of role. Innocent younger sister, she is actually older than Ria. Like setup wise, character design and all the ages and all these things wise, she is actually significantly older. She's meant to be like what, like 25 to 27 to 30-ish range. Ria's like early 20s. But Ria's setup is also kind of weird because she's never really like truly 20. She's more like she lived for a while, and then she died, and then she came back, and then she got a reset, and something like that. So I don't really know what the numbers are for her, either. And then Faye is even worse, right? Faye is targeted to be 25, but her actual age is like 3, I think, 3 or 4. Yeah, okay, yeah, this in this scene here, she might be younger, by the way. Just that the character herself was designed to be, or is meant to be older than Via. But in this setup here, where we have everybody sort of becoming smaller, you know, her being younger is likely. It is possible. We could do that, you know. Like, this is not meant to be 100% the same as the usual. So we've got, like, flexibility. It does make things kind of confusing. If you're, like, watching and following and trying to follow and this and that. It does get a little bit confusing. I'm just as confused. Which is great, of course. I just realized I need to give her a big bow, I think, on the tail. I like bow at the base of the tail, because then it sits right between the body and the tail, on top of the tail, right? But then you don't get to see it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe this scene doesn't have it. Yeah, in this case, yes, she might just be a child. I don't know. Like, if she's the child, then she's like a child prodigy, because she can work a sewing machine and do this and that, which is what the role that I'm about to give her is. But, otherwise, it's fine. I need to sort out what's happening here. This part is really hard to see. So, I have Ria's face over here. And then we have the thing here. That means I need to do this a little bit to show that the ear is kind of getting in the way here. That's fine, right? I could now bend the hair a little bit. Because again, everything here is meant to be fabric and made from fabric and then stuffed up like the stuffed animal would be. So it needs to have physical volume instead of like hair just kind of goes anywhere, however it wants. And then depending on how well I execute this, it will feel softer or hard or this and that. Color art for her design. No, we don't have anything for her yet. Like new, like super new. Theme wise, she's pretty much entirely new. But then at the same time, she has nothing. Like, it's just pure white. Her eyes are green, right? Everything else is just pure white, and pending pending like sort of new ideas, I think, pretty much. Like, if we can come up with some new ideas. Like, I'm trying to figure out new ideas here. The only defining feature for her is this hair that kind of goes up. And all of these features, again, like, they're there for a reason. I didn't get to decide it. Things kind of just happened. And then that I noticed that, and then that is the thing now. Yes, thank you, George. Have a good night, George. Oh man, this doesn't look very good. Oh shit. Good night, George. Right, eye takes precedence, but in this case, eyes are not visible. I would like to sequence normal, and then we do our funny physics. Okay. Yeah, we shall see, like, how everybody is gonna get used and, like, plays their roles and this and that. Because I don't know. That's why this style, if we can develop, is also pretty good. Right? It becomes like a very easy and quick and easy way to throw some ideas out there. See if it sticks. If it doesn't stick, at least it's cute, you know, like it's not a wasted effort. We can have something to post. What's none of this? It's just rendering this. Actually, today's whole point of drawing this is so that I can figure out the style differences between the two of them. Ria is meant to be rougher, her is meant to be cleaner and smoother and more refined. So it needs to be reflected in the lines. It needs to be reflected in potentially the rendering. So I think that is why we're here. Like, that is why I'm doing this. Because it pushes the style development a little bit further along. And also it lets me, yeah, it's basically just a style development. Like, not just the lines, but the color balance between the two of them. The rendering, how much of stuff to render, how to make things look soft, and this and that, yet again. Anything else we can do, and this and that. It's, yeah, it's, just more stuff. It is interesting though. I need to draw with the mentality that it's okay to make some subpar decisions. But at the same time, because if you want to improve, you do have to kind of try to get things right. So I'm trying not to push myself too hard, but also make sure that I do push myself, because otherwise we won't learn anything. Ria's style is still in progress. Like, these things where we're trying to draw her with other characters is part of the process. Because, you know, it's you can create something that works in a vacuum with a white background, but when background comes in, when other characters come in, character clothing changes, this and that. The balance changes, the comp changes, and requirements changes. Like, and as a result, there might be some changes that is required on the style. Now, it's not to say that all the artists are out there have always worked out everything, right? But like, I'm just explicitly just like directly trying to pass some of these things directly, so that if there are going to be any problems, we are seeing them fast, right? Every time we do a piece, we're trying to explore something that we haven't done before. This way, if there are going to be problems, we see them now. And we can solve them now. Like right now, I'm really having issues with this being so even because her eyes are actually like closed for once. Kind of annoying. Also, this is throwing me off a lot because, yes, it's for part of this like face kind of like pushing in and this and that, but right now it looks kind of weird. I might not even want that actually. That might be too aggressive. I'm not sure. So I talked about physics. There isn't much to go off of actually. There isn't much here to really deal with. I can have that, and then have this. Like, so the other arms and stuff, they all have like their own sort of volume to it, hopefully. Yeah, the years, there is some sort of mental gymnastics and magic going on there, because it wouldn't really fit. This head is huge, right, compared to the shoulder width. So you can't really fit her in here that well, but I'm choosing to ignore physics for this part, so that we can have the idea alive here. And then I want these parts to look a little bit more round, so you can feel like the softness of the parts. Yeah, this part is also very explicitly done. This part is also, yeah, it's kind of subpar. There are some ideas here, but I don't think they're executed very well. Yeah, it's kind of like Ina's tentacles at this point. Since this is on front, I should just put this over, I think. But then it gets really crowded though. Is that a good idea? Gotta be more balanced. Right, but that means this needs to be shown enough so that we know that this is the years. Dang, physics is hard. Stay in school, kids. Oh my god. Oh, boy. Broski. Okay. We're thereabouts, I mean. There's not much else here, I think. Not so much else. There's a distinct difference here because like if it's like a plushie, then there's width to everything. So the hair, it needs to I need to plan out the edges here, because if you just do this, it could kind of work, I guess, but like the seam needs to, you only see half of the side, right? You don't see the other half. Assuming it's like I don't know how to draw this. Like it's like two pieces of fabric sewn in like this. So top view, you get something like this where the seams are on this side and this side. You only see one side on this side. But then once this hair strand goes up and joins with the rest, I don't really know how this part works. Currently, I'm kind of just hand waving it a little bit by just kind of having this seam magically continue into the next one. Physically, I don't know if that's possible, but so be it, you know, whatever. Like this. Cool. Yes, thereabouts, I think, at this point. Like, there are some parts that I feel like doesn't make sense, like this hair here. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Oh, yeah, this part is a problem. Mergent flavor. Yeah, we're 2 hours in. This is a bit of it. So 1, 2, 3. That's fine. Yeah, this might break the contour a little bit too much. It's too noisy here, may have. The other thing I kind of forgot is I wanted to change Ria's face actually, because they're both kind of closing their eyes like that. Although it is a different eye still. But I'm wondering if I can get her to open a little bit. Music's not as good as the other place, huh? This got some like magical kind of vibe with all the bells and stuff. Ta-da. Oh damn sleepy face. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's because of the... See. It is quite aggressive, that's it. That's it. I want just enough. So this is the interesting about thicker lines. If you're a thin line, right, you kind of have to decide if it's going this way or this way. But if your lines are thick, let's say you have a thick blob of ink here, you could go this way on this side and go this way on the other side. Now you have the sort of the shape of both. And it might be better that way, I don't know. Does it work? Nice. Kind of works a little bit, maybe. Because now you're not disrupting the curve on either side. It's something that you can only do with thick lines, I think. So as long as we were using this like thick ass line for our stuff, we could make use of this. Eyes are kind of small, I think. Yeah. Where are my old stuff? Potentially kind of soft, small. It's quite a different expression, though. I want to just have her smile and not have her mouth be open, but I don't know how to do it well. Because there is that chaotic energy when the mouth is open and all the way pushed to the bottom like this, right? And then along with this nonsense that you can do on the top. Hello, KTZNE. Not sure what's the best way to address you. Oh, welcome. It doesn't look like Ria at all, holy shit. Never seen her make this face before. We've never drawn her with this kind of face before. She's never really in the position to be doing this. She's the one that has this, like, having done too, or like it's... She's usually the smaller one. Is that right? I apologize. It's probably been a while, I think. A very, very long time, maybe? Anyways, welcome back. This channel is anything but stable. Just do whatever. Yeah, this face is not as good. Like the idea I like, but it's not as well executed as the other one. I'm probably not gonna touch it then. We need to prioritize a good outcome above. Well, not necessarily, but it's probably better to do it that way. This way. Blah, blah, blah. This is actually kind of like finer line art-ish kind of quality. It's just not opaque enough, so I'm gonna have to redraw it. But it's fine. Anything else here? I think like hair here, hair here, hair here, hair here. These hairs, I'm just gonna have them be in the front because it's kind of hard to interact. Not impossible though, but the problem with these ones is that like if it does any form of interaction, it messes with the silhouette a lot. And Ria's silhouette has been pretty stable. Because I can have this be pushed out. Kinda like that. This part shortens, and then do this. Kinda works. If I can get away with it, I'm gonna do it, because like I have the then I have the time to sort of let it sit there, and then I can see if I like what I did over time. If it's already obviously bad, then there's no need to, but if not, then we get the opportunity to sort of try to push the boundaries a little bit. It's kind of weird though. Something that doesn't probably never seen before or drawn before. So fancy. Wow, so fancy. Oh my god. Anything else? The elbows and stuff we can deal with on the fly. I don't think these hands are doing anything to her body. Yeah, nothing too special. I'm gonna leave it like this. Right. Are you new to art or just digital art? Because it's a either way, I guess it's I mean, I guess if you're not new to art, then it would be a little bit easier because it's just about learning a tool. But new to art, then that is quite the journey you have chosen to embark on. Shit. Embark. That's it, right? There's no need to add another word afterwards, I think. But anyways. Like a croissant on her back. Holy shit. Look at that. Like a croissant or like a worm or something. I would never color. Ah, yes, I see. Yeah, I get the struggle, man. Like this is why like I'm doing this style right here, where it's like a lot more simplified. because then I can mess around with it a little bit more, not worry too much about having to color super well, but we still have the option, sorry, we're still made to color to finish off the art, so that way I can practice it without being too overwhelmed, because otherwise it is quite difficult, you know, to do and to accept your own sort of limitations. Yeah, okay, these guys are not executed that well. That's okay. This is too big. Yeah, Corson is the better take. The other take is like a grub, some kind of worm. Very big worm. I don't think the perspective is this aggressive here. Lag. Yeah, I'm gonna maintain her back silhouette then, actually, because the other side isn't really helping us at all. This I don't like though. It's touching exactly. I'll probably just shift this back in here this way. I don't want anything to be touching like that. It's very distracting for me. Oh yeah, this hair here would be blocked then. Might be better to not even draw this line here then, because it might be confusing. It doesn't really add too much. Or rather, we don't lose anything if we don't do it. So there's a curve here, there's a curve here. It's fine. Not fine. What is happening here? Right, yeah, there is a... Okay. Anyways, let's line this. I think anything else is probably not that important anymore. I think I could have said that a while ago, but... We have Kiki and we have Ria, and then I'm going to swap her name out. I'm gonna use English for myself since we're English. Okay, how do I do the lines? I guess I have to get aggressive with the dark with these two, dim with these two, and then bring this down a bit. Stand by. PD number 3. Oh, keyboard needs to go back. Yeah, this reference board has been kind of useless. We don't need this at this point. Well, actually, I might. Do I need this? We have the pieces in the board, so I guess don't need it. Okay. So we have the colors here, the rough here. Good. Ending sequence. What is wrong with this, I wonder? Why do I not like this? Might just be the mouth, I think. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't look like her because she's never really done this. But yeah, it's good. Let's continue. Number 3, 6 are... So here is where the first difference between the two of them. One of them is going to get clean lines, the other one is going to get slightly crazier lines. So Ria's going to get this. And then I think Fox will get something like this or this. It is still anti-alias off, right? But it's quite the difference. This is the first thing. The other thing is whether if I want to try doing multiple strokes like this for Ria herself, that would really rough up the edges like that, right? I've never done this yet. I've never tried it, rather. So it should be worth a try. But because what we have is starting to look decently acceptable with this. Yes, have a good night. Thank you, thank you. East Coast time, have a good night. GG. Yeah, this looks decent already, so I'm kind of wary of changing it. But if we don't change it, we never know either, so... Oh man, we have to pull the trigger here, I think. Oh man. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet, I'll be right back. Cool beans. $20. Let's do eyes first regardless. I think it doesn't matter for now. Sizing imbalance. Minor. Yeah, it's losing information from the... Yes, commit. Imbalance. That's fine. Goo goo gaga. Okay. This goes down. Okay. Shit. Kind of scared of this, like the lines being like this, just because it looks quite incomplete. It's quite messy, this and that, and might not be right. Not sure. I'm gonna abstain from doing it just for now. I did actually make this a little bit wider in terms of gap, so that might already be enough. And we shall see, because we have the fox here, we have Piki here to balance things out. Yeah, it's gonna feel really thick right now, just like before, I think. But then once the line colors come in, then it will be fine again. But the interesting thing is, do I separate the two of them, or... Right, yeah, because it's a different line art, right? Huh. I suppose. Then I guess I'm doing outline for via like this. Oh wow, it is very, yeah, it's very noisy already. Let's just go with this for now. It is quite intense already. Hang on. Kind of skewed, I think. Didn't know years of front. Jesus. Right. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Here's our... Oh shit, who's in front? This would be in front. This is it then. Yeah, the brush itself is kind of ugly. I think some of these shapes are not very good. Yeah, the proportions are not consistent. Whoever's the main subject of the piece gets more gets younger, gets smaller. Because that's where the cuteness is concentrated. Just commit. So we have the rough lines here, and I'm gonna do the clean lines for... for Kiki here. Let's see. line widths are slightly different on the brushes here. I can cheat so hard with the, because it's fur. Anytime I have to join long lines and I'm just too lazy to align it, I'm just gonna do like 2 lashes. And every problem solved. Oh wow. Easy, easy, easy. Kinda wanna show the tip here. So either the whole thing goes down or I'm gonna have to make it smaller, but I think I'm gonna shift it all later. That's a bit of a kink here, but it's hard to reconcile this. Too big, maybe? Slightly bigger, but it's fine. Cannot see. GG. Here. What? Where is my... Oh. Right, because the physics goes over. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's good enough. think 20 is quite strong. So. Oh wait, this is on top, right? Hello, Yugami. Yes, welcome to the PP Poo Poo stream. Very cool. In here, we not only poo, we also pee. Holy shit, what am I talking about? Let's see. Yellow. 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 Womp womp womp. Womp womp womp. So cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go. It's Morbin time. Indeed. It's Morbin time. In the end, we end up with like clean lines anyways. Like, I feel like I was like, oh, we can do sketches so we can keep the lines rough so we can go faster. Clean lines anyways. I can't fight this, man. This is insane. It's just in my blood or something. Like, I just cannot let this go. I just can't be like, okay, whatever, dude. Sketches is one thing, but like, once we start, I switch my mind into like, hey, we're gonna render this. Like, oh, shit. One clean set of lines coming up. How do I draw fur? You have to elaborate by like which part of the drawing. So like there is the, like for us we have the line art, right? We have line arts where we do this. So you're setting up the silhouette. That's one thing. You have the you know, different ways of drawing the fur, but like render is a whole different beast because rendering rendering I haven't quite figured out, because rendering is I've done it many different ways before, I think, up to now. There is the, let me see, what's the, there is this one. There is this one where I did this. But this looks really flat, you can see, because it's really flat colors. Do I have anything else? Yeah, I'm just being kind of lazy. Like, I think there are people that I like the renders of, but I can't remember anyone off the top of my head right now. But it's basically okay. Here's how you're supposed to do it, right? You forget about the fact that it's furry. You forget about the fact that like there's like groups of hair that's going everywhere. Just ignore that. Just figure out what the underlying shape is. So in this case, like this tail, it's like a watermelon slice, right? You can think of it as like a watermelon slice, maybe. It's not necessarily what I was thinking of over here, right? But like, you have like the bottom side, which is the rind part, the green part that's being hit by the light, and then on both sides you have this sort of curve that kind of goes up. So you would just paint that first. You use this very simple shape to set up the colors, to set up the shadow, the light, the terminator, all kinds of random colors you want to put in. You do that first. Then you go in and you have a brush. And ideally the brush would be something that gives you the shape that you like, easily. Then what you would do is you just pick a color here, you paint a little bit, you pick a color here, you paint a little bit. You kind of push things into each other. And like, for example, this is the theoretical way of doing it. I can't say I've necessarily executed on this too much, right? Because I just kind of do whatever when it comes to this. But let's say like we start off fresh, right? This is like just like that, and then you can even blur it out a lot, just so that it's just one continuous color shape. There's no render right now, but you can see the form-ish kind of. It's like a round tube. Then you take like some kind of a brush. Like in my case, it looks like this. You see how it's like tapering off to an edge, like that. So you can just kind of brush a little bit. And then you basically try to find random shapes in here. It's kind of hard. This is the part that I haven't really figured out, because this is the part where you have to figure out what kind of balance you like. And you can see, because this brush doesn't do any sort of opacity or anything, it looks really stiff. And that's how you end up with something that's really flat before. Yeah, but you can just kind of work a little bit and bring some of these colors in. You can override it, you can bring it around, you can do this, you can do that, just go random directions. This is the part where you have to figure out for yourself, because I haven't figured this part out either. I can't really guide you through this. I don't have like a good sort of set of shapes that I like. It's always better to go from big into small shapes, but then the thing is, like, because I don't know what shapes I want, I can't really do the big shapes either anyways. So for me, I just kind of do whatever. That's how I end up with the nonsense that you saw before. But yeah, you can try more stuff. Like, for example, take a marker that has opacity. You see how it's blending? Well, no, it's not strictly speaking blending. It's just opacity going down, and that is different. You can have it taper to an edge, and then now you can start doing the same thing, but now you have some kind of blending, and it becomes a little bit softer. It doesn't get so jarring, although you get a lot of funny shapes in here. It's like, it'll look a bit more realistic. The difference between realism and the like stylized is just how much you group the shape. Like fur at the end of the day is that sort of bundle of hair idea, right? If you do it like crazy amounts of bundles and details and strands of individual hair rendered, it will look realistic. But if you just sort of group the colors and values together, it will look simplified. So you could argue that this is a simplified version of it, right? I'm grouping the shapes, but as a result, it looks flat, right? But if I want it to look more better, then it slowly starts to get more realistic, because now you're putting more details in. It's just how far you want to, yeah, make big chunks. Yes, 100%. That's why anime is all cell shading, right? It's about getting that big shape in there to simplify the shadows. You don't really care, if there's like texture on the skin. You don't really care if maybe the skin has like muscles on there. You don't really care if the skin surface is actually smooth. You just put a straight hard edge there, and that's it. You call it a day. That is essentially simplification, like stylization at its core. Is where you draw that line for simplifying. Blah, 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 blah. I'm figuring out my words. But Yeah, I would say like, you know, you start off with the big general chunk of the shape. Then you go in and you try to find a way to represent that bundle of hair. Like make people feel it. You can do a little bit, you can do a lot. You can grip the shapes more so that it looks more simplified. Or you can draw more detailed stuff so that it's more realistic. You have to do some trial and errors. Kind of like what I'm doing here with this, right? Like I'm writing, making notes. I'm like, hey, I did 1 plus 1. I got 2. Do I like 2? Maybe. Let me try 1 plus 2, and then I get 3. And I'm like, everything sucks. I hate math. In a nutshell. If only future me would just come back in time, right? And then just tell me, hey, do this. Use this pen with this setting. Draw, move your hand like this. You will get the curve and shapes that you like. Thank you, future me. Why didn't you come earlier? Oh yeah. TV poo poo shit my pants. Holy shit. So much work, honestly. Gotta make it worth it. What is worth the trouble indeed? Okay, I'm gonna start cleaning shit up. One day I hope to be good enough that if people, like, if you ask me questions like these, I can just tell you, hey, this is exactly what you need to do. And then you can like push back and be like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't really like this as much. And then I'll be like, oh, why not? It's like, oh, okay. Because of this, in that case, you can do this. And then in 1 or 2 hours, we can just sort it out, and then everyone will know exactly what they want and exactly how to do what they want. That would be great. That is what I think a good teacher is able to do. They have to not only master their own shit, but they have to be clear enough and try enough things and fail enough times that anyone comes in and be like, ah, okay, yeah, obviously you just do this, dumbass. That would be nice. Ah, yes, thank you, Igami. Have a good night. Life catches up to you. So much you can do. Nose check. There are boots. Are we ready? We're almost ready with the sequence. Most lines are set. Is currently under quarantine still. We're not 100% sure on a lot of the sequences and ideas. Dong Hee Kim. Let's take a look. Oh, okay. Kinda insane. I already know 100% not my kind of style. It's overwhelming. Let me see. Do they have a... Yeah. Oh god. Holy. I wonder how many literal like brush strokes there are. Oh, they're literally live right now. Holy shit! What the? What? What nonsense is? Okay, what? What crazy sorcery? Who does this, dude? You're literally using the selection tool to get the outline out. This is crazy. This is. This is kind of. This is so unhinged. There are no setup for anatomy, no setup for any of the clothing and designs and this and that. That means they have that understanding like sort of baked into their brains. Like the selection tool is kind of novel, but it's not the impressive part, right? The impressive part is the part where he doesn't need any guides or anything, because he can't really see the shape. I can appreciate like the selection tool. We can, you know, it's no different from sketching at the end of the day, because you can see the selection still. But just the fact that they didn't do any setup is. But I'm kind of curious though. So do they put the lines in later or what? I guess lines don't necessarily... Oh, I see. They're using the... So I guess it depends on what that sort of space that he left empty is. Like what the selection tool itself was selecting. And what the gaps were. Some of them became shadows, I guess. Oh no, they are just kind of painting it. Okay. I mean, this isn't showboating or anything. I don't think this method is showboating. It's not like they're trying to show off. I think this is pretty efficient. Like, this is crazy efficient. Instead of doing lines and then doing the color blocks, you just do the selection. And then, because it's selected like that, you can use like textures, and the textures will go across all the parts consistently. Like their usage of textures on the brushes is very efficient, right? They're using like lines like that to set up lines for this part of the armor, for detailing on the metal itself. It's just very unhinged. This is very unhinged behavior. Holy shit. Yeah, this is like years and decades of experience here at work. Like 5 hours, 5.5 hours, you just kind of go ham and like. I guess it's the streams, I guess. But yeah, anyways. So at this level, right, like the thing is, because our direction is quite different, I can't really fully appreciate it. There's a lot of like rendering and stuff, yes, for sure. But at this level, it's more about just like design and like general sort of composition and this and that. Like, but they're not doing like I guess it's anatomy kind of design, like comp, the dynamic movements and the poses and the camera angles. But like the actual design and stuff, I'm not a big fan of, so I can't really comment on it at all. Like, I don't have any idea about armor, or what the different designs of armor represent, or how they came about in history. and therefore what they might symbolize, like the different types of armor from different parts of Europe, and what the differences are. Like I don't have any idea, so it's kind of hard to appreciate, like, you know, the actual design that went into it. I'm just like, wow, brushstrokes are mad. Very basic. Oh yes, thank you, show. Is that Naruto? No, it's not. Naruto. Oh yeah, Goku, yes. I think this one is interesting, right? Like clearly they have the skills and this and that, but like I feel like this piece feels oddly static despite being a fight scene. You don't have like smoke, you don't have motion blur, you don't have debris flying around, you don't have any impact sort of effects or frames or like that kind of stuff at all. It is just a very sort of static portrayal of the two fighting. Like if the arms were slightly motion blurred, if the hammer was slightly motion blurred, you know, there's like a little bit more movement in this and that, more people shooting or like people flying across. It's like very static. But at the same time, it's like, so the way I see it is like if you're portraying a fight scene, that seems like you should have more movement. But just because like it's a fight scene doesn't mean you always have to have movement, I think. Because then in that sense, you're also limiting yourself to only doing one thing ever, which is to have a lot of movement. There's also a kind of interesting sort of interestingness to just the fact that there is nothing going on, even though it's a very fighting kind of scene. You know, like it's like a very static shot. It's like someone took a camera and took like a single still frame of what was happening. You know, I can imagine this being like a photographer taking a photo and putting it into like the news, right? The newspaper. I can imagine this being like a photo on the newspaper. Right, so it's not really about illustrating. It's not about like sort of trying to bring it up, but really like trying to show maybe like something more realistic of what might actually look like if you took a photo. Of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to their intention. But I just think it's interesting because like, does fight scene necessarily mean you have to have a whole shit ton of movement and impact? Because this is also like good art, right? Like it's just, I guess that's why its intention is so important. Like in the past, I always feel like, how do I say this? Like people always bullshit about art, right? They would draw something, they would make something, and then they would like talk all kinds of random crazy shit about it just to sell the idea. And I thought that was bullshit. I thought good art just mean like you look at it, you can already get it. But like, I guess sometimes, you know, like it's a different intention. Sometimes it's a different focus. And as a result, I guess it's kind of different like that. It's just an interesting thought, I think, to think about. Oh yes, thank you, Show. I do want to get this going, so I am gonna return to this. Gonna make sure that we clean everything up properly. Properly. Alright, I'm gonna move this hair around a little bit. Oh wait, hang on. Just gonna... How do I do that? I'm just gonna take the whole thing. But yeah, art. So interesting. Oh my god, so interesting. Oh my god. For sure, Cho, for sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, I make a lot of stupid noises when I'm working because my brain is trying to escape the work. I'll go bloop 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 whoop 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 whoop. It's non-stop in my head. Yeah, let's redo this. Well, ideas, huh? I mean, yeah, I suppose. I mean, like, it shouldn't be hard because there should be a way to work it out, is how I think about it. Like, today's art was very much a very directed sort of, hey, I want to do this for XYZ reasons. Today was about like pushing style development further along, which means I need to introduce new elements, right? And I always wanted to sort of test out what would happen if we have different characters with different styles, slightly different rendering and different ideas. So that confirms two characters. I know my own skill and limitations, so I know I'm not going to draw too much because once you have two characters, like your workload has already gone up double, right? I'm not going to have them like doing lots of crazy poses or draw the full body and this and that. I already know that was not going to happen. So upper body only. And I needed them sort of to be close and so that the comparison can be better made and this and that. So all of a sudden, like everything is like tied down, you know. Like them hugging it out, great, you know, great way to achieve all the objectives. It's like what they say, right? Like creativity, like restrictions like breed creativity. When you have like the ability to do anything and everything that you want, it's actually harder to be creative. But if you have some kind of restriction or limitation, like you cannot use the color blue, now it's interesting because now you start to think about why, like what can you do without the color blue? Like what is color blue used for? And then now you have a vector to come in. It's like, oh, okay, if I cannot use blue, I guess I can't do skies, you know, why not just go underground? Oh, underground, that's interesting. Then it's like, oh, underground, I wonder, underground. What if I want to draw this character underground? What are they gonna do underground? It's like, oh, okay, maybe they're like training underground. What could they be training? How could they be training underground? Are they gonna be like lifting rocks? Are they gonna be like eating insects? You know, what are they gonna do? And then all of a sudden you have a lot of ideas. So you can do it that way, right? Also, just because you said like, hey, I don't want to use blue, doesn't mean you have to stick to that idea too. You can be like, oh shit, no sky? I really like sky. Let me draw blue anyways. I want to draw sky so bad. And then now all of a sudden you want to draw sky and you're drawing sky, you know? You want to restrict yourself but not restrict yourself, you know? It's kind of weird. There's a lot of weird mental gymnastic problems in art, I feel like. Trick yourself into thinking is fun. Trick yourself into coming up with ideas. Trick yourself into learning. Trick yourself into coming back. My god. So yeah, see if you have anything you're working on. Yeah, because the body comes down here. I feel like this is too far front. It should be a little bit further back. You think so? You think so? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh my god. Sure. Whatever. Oh my god. Whatever. Whatever. I thought I plotted it out. I guess I didn't. Hmm. Wait, what? Oh, was this the right way the whole time? Was I drawing it backwards the whole time? I can't remember. Who cares, bro? Who cares? Oh my god. No, you should probably not go by someone else's stuff because you want your art to be more personal. You want to have your own ideas. You want to be capable and of coming out with your own ideas and doing it to yourself, like the limitation and the mental gymnastics. Some things you really do have to just struggle through because it's worth it. Because otherwise you only be an echo of someone else's ideas. So in this case as well, right? Like this is the general plan. Like you can think about how you can make it happen. I think it's important to for this part. I remember in the past you were asking about like if it's okay to rely on other people to suggest like ways to improve on art because you felt like you were too reliant. I think in this case it's definitely one of those things you might want to just try it out, you know. Hey, if you don't know how to restrict yourself, like you can try to find analogs in real life of like when you feel like really restricted or something. I don't know. This is like in the past I hate going to school. You know, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to be there for this amount of time. That's pretty restrictive, right? So I guess in that sense, like I guess you're limiting. You have responsibilities. Maybe responsibilities is an idea. I don't know. Maybe this way is kind of too abstract. Never mind. Forget about this. I think... What if you just approach from like, hey, you know, I really like this artist. Let me use their style or like use their themes that they like or use the characters that they like drawing or something like that, you know, like... You just shared an artist. Like, do you like them enough to want to use their stuff? What if you restrict yourself to just what they have done? What about the games that they have drawn? What about the characters they have drawn? What about the type of themes like medieval and knights? What about the skill set that they have displayed? Like just pencil, sketching, etching, anatomy, muscles, this and that. Right, I'm not gonna bother with that thing, just waste my time. I'm just gonna go ahead and color. Yeah, I think it's important that you find your own method for coming out with ideas. Because while everything else you can kind of rely on people, this is the one thing you definitely don't want to. Yeah, what do you like? interesting. So interesting. Oh my god. That's fine. Keith? Alright, let's send it. The difference in style isn't nearly as prevalent just because of the anti-aliasing being turned off here anyways. But that's good to know, I think. Wouldn't have known if I didn't try, so. That being said, I'm not gonna go in and redo the lines. Oh, I didn't. Where's that magic eraser that erases along the lines? I don't know where it is. Every time I need something, I can find it. Obviously. Oh, it's right here. I found it. Never mind. But it doesn't work, right? Unless the reference layer is selected. Can I select a whole folder? I think you can, yeah. It's not very well, though. It's not working very well. It's just a little bit more lenient than usual. Honestly, don't know if this is faster, but I suppose it's about the same speed as the lasso select. The lasso fill. Oh my god, my tablet was flying. Holy shit. I cannot not hold this tablet, it's gonna fly. Shit. Ah. So cool. Okay, no, it's definitely faster, because Lasso 2 will still have to be a little bit more precise. This is quite a lot less precise than movements. Kind of treat it like a normal brush, but... Although I'm seeing a bit of a problem. You see how these dots are kind of filled up with color? The issue is that, like, if it's like this, and we color the line art, right? Then in the end, like, the contrast would be quite a lot, reduced quite a bit. Because the whole point of using this brush is to have this, like jittery edge. If these dots are kind of filled up like that, then it lowers that contrast. I think it might be a problem. I guess we're testing things out. And this is like the most efficient way. We're testing all new things. Like everything is new. So true. yeah. The downside is I have to undo if I miss a stroke. I guess it's no different, sorry. That's kind of stupid. Because undo forces me to press a button, right? But like, even if I don't do undo, the alternative with the fill tool is to press a button to change the color back from transparent to the original color. So I still have to press a button. No difference. And I have to go over this again, huh? Get rid of the rest of the color. Oops. My fox is just gonna stay white for now, I think. She might get some more blue stuff down the line. Maybe, maybe not. Oops. Floating pieces of black ink. Very cool. So cool, so cool. Wow, amazing. I can't tell if it's my tablet that's dirty or if it's like a spot on my tablet, if it's on the canvas. Alright, now I need to separate the two of them. This would just be Ria's base, I think. Kiki's base goes on top. Pure white. Probably works with like a bucket fill, but I like doing this thing. It's like an aim trainer, but for hand-eye coordination, I guess, for art. Where is it? What? What is that? Oh, it's the, I see. I forgot to erase the lines here. Oops. No, that's Ria's still. Yeah, I don't think I can finish rendering this today. This might end up getting finished on over the weekends. May or may not. I'm not sure, but it's a chance it might. I do want this to stabilize quickly. Because we keep opening new tasks, but never really completing them. This being one of them. A new task. Oh right, I forgot about the secondary lines. Ah, shit. I'm also trying to improve on the line separation. So we have eyes are always separate, right? And the two of them are separate. And then, oh, this should be merged down. Then the tails are separate because the tails are going to be an entirely different plane of existence. And then I'm going to put the inner seam lines separately as well. They don't have to separate by character, technically, but... I mean, sorry, technically they should be separated by character, but I think in this case it doesn't matter too much, just because... usually the separation is just so that I can change colors a little bit easily. The selection is not gonna mess around with each other all the time. But like, yeah, in this case, there's enough space between the two, I think. I say that and then I realize they're kind of interacting with each other quite heavily. Also, up to now, I haven't really sort of jittered this line. This line should get some jitter here and there and some spacing. So we can show a little bit more. Differences here. Also contemplated doing crosses, but I think crosses are too noisy. Crosses like this. Maybe crosses on like that can be like a difference between like damage and like expected lines, I guess. Maybe. Oh, this is going across the eyebrow. Let's just keep it simple. So I'm gonna go all the way to the top. Womp womp womp. I've been listening to the whole same thing for so many times. For so many streams. And because like music in general kind of shares some similarities between all the different franchises, it's starting to sound like MapleStory music now. My brain is recognizing this as MapleStory. Which is great. Of course. MapleStory, my muse. Yeah, like this separation between the lines. Like, okay, I just realized that I keep complaining about the lines being thick. But it's because the lines are thick that the seam lines can stand out. Because otherwise, like... Broski. Wow, big brain. Wait, hang on. Let me start writing thoughts already. So forgot about this. How does this work, right? Let me think. So it has width. It might end up looking like this, I guess. It does make a lot of sense. Tablet decided that we've drawn enough for tonight. It's DDoSing me aggressively right now. Holy shit. Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is like forced anatomy practice, because how do I know if like so if I have a line that kind of goes down the back of the hand, but because the hand is twisted this way, I guess it has to reach this point through the center like this. But at this point here, I don't think it's this way, right? Dang, I don't know. Skill issue. This is actually... Oh, I see. I mean, is that big of a difference? Shit, I don't know where Ria's body is. Can't quite see it. Because I don't know where that where this is. Are we near the crotch yet or not? I think looking at her proportions, it should be close. Because the torso ended there a long time ago. So the pattern is this comes down. The crotch would be like exactly where we are right now, I think. Hmm. Is the other side visible? Yeah, the other side is visible, kind of. So it depends. Like, this is the end, this is here. Yeah, she's supposed to be shorter than this, actually. Not gonna make this too complicated. I think this here is fine. This compromise here is fine. RA check. 4025. Inner sequence, that's fine. This guy, this guy, this guy. This will do for this time. I think the hair might have been a little bit too aggressive. Oh, wrong brush. Oh, right. Wrong layer, bro. I want to avoid being shown here. But I do think this is necessary because it's looking too boring. Like, it's going on forever. This is ready. I do have to fix that, but that's fine. No, stop messing up my brush settings. Here. This will do, I'm sure. Alright, this is fine. Fix colors, because I messed it up. Screen is black again. Okay. Okay, that's kind of awkward, but I suppose I could just extend everything. God damn it. But do I want to go further? Because I don't actually know where things are. I'm just gonna not touch that part then. This will just be left like this. And then I'm gonna take out this instead. I'll leave the tiny extra bit there, otherwise it's too disjointed. This is kind of awkward too. I do this. I'm out. Okay, whatever. What is this? This is the cream, right? This is the part where we realized it wasn't done. And now we can do it. Selection. Ready? This was kind of close, actually. The pattern doesn't go into inner thigh, actually, now that I think about it. This is, strictly speaking, wrong. But I can't be bothered. I might have autopiloted into the usual. Rip. And then the pink. I don't think we have a pink for her pink yet. These are all too strong. I need a new pink. Not a lot of area here being shown, which is unfortunate. Oof. Yeah, all the eye colors thing don't really apply. I think the next big thing would be just line art color actually. Kiki will be shifted very blue. Needs to be a good saturated blue though. That's kind of saturated blue. Kind of dark. Don't have anything good. Asteria. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. We have to slowly push colors into the right place. This is not as easy. But I think regardless, like that's always the important thing of wanting to do the biggest things first. So like the gradient and some stuff, like I do want that in first. And then for like, yeah, the shadows and stuff, we worry about the shapes first rather than the actual colors. And then hopefully just like through this process, we can slowly eke it out. Because it's gonna... Oh, what's the decision on the blush? What do I decide? Square brush, solid circle. Oh, okay, let's do square brush then. We've been doing square brush. Yeah, not put the final exam. Okay, yeah, great. Congrats. Congratulations. Blush is interesting, I think. I feel like they should be the same color for both of them. That might be kind of hard, because they are quite different color palettes. I never collect the BB line color. Although it might be a case-by-case basis. As always, colors are highly dependent on one another. Alright, main. Scar next. Scar goes underneath. All three Ria drawings has been the same angle amount on her face. The exact same angle. So original. Much wow. Holy shit. Unbelievable. I like the color here. It is a little bit of a purple-ish tone. We can do that manually. Manual. Kokurahen desu ka ne? No anti-aliasing, please. Thank you. The other one still has another more. Initial setup. BB is a little bit strong. Okay, maybe this blush shouldn't always be used. It is very strong. Might not be that good of an idea to always have it. Yeah, over here is too strong. Alright, I guess the next thing would be shadows. The mouth still needs the color, that's fine. Mouth is... Yeah, they are gonna need separate palettes, I think. I don't think I can keep the same. I say as I use the same color. Oh ho. Oh ho. Meow 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 meow. What are the rules here, man? Did I use something else? Oh, no, still. Interesting. So interesting. Oh my god. Let's go. Separate them for now. Questionable. Can I do this with different colors? It wouldn't line up very well, is the thing. We don't have to. Make sure everything's consistent. As long as the vibrance is sort of balanced out across everything. I'm gonna keep it more consistent for now. This is just a little bit more stable this way. It does mean Kiki's white needs to have two tones. Wait. No, maybe we just have like have this be like a warmer tone and then the shadows would take over with bluer. What color is this? Yeah, we're into pink. Okay. Yeah, this is nice here. Rear shadows first. Pretty much everything. Yeah? And then Ria's render, yes. Ria's render get texture brush. PT's one don't for now. Just so I can see what the difference is. Oops. Pretty much art dark. This needs to get out for now. Alright, rendering is... yeah, same angle of the face, same angle of air of the setup. We've been drawing the same thing three times now. But that's fine, I think. The original part isn't the angles and the rendering and all that. It's just the ideas and the characters themselves being portrayed slightly differently, so that's fine. most part. Kiki needs new colors. I need to find her some colors. Dang, yeah, I should get the commission for like those artists who are really good at doing a lot of colors. I mean, like, although the color we're using isn't necessarily all that unique, so there are probably examples already that I can just take a look. Oh, what? I can pay for advice, actually. Oh wait, I'm supposed to not use the same brush. I wanted to not have that much. So, I mean, we could use the same brush, just make it a little bit more tame, I think. Because I wanted a difference between the two renders. I forgot. Just get rid of some of the noise here. This part here is interesting. So far in our design for the style, I haven't decided to use any gradients at all, but I think this is one of the spots where we might want some gradients. To have like this edge be a little bit softer. I can just take the in-between and just kind of soften it a little bit. Because I feel like the edge is too strong, too hard. Hang on, is there a C-curve here? I don't think I can do that. We are basically at the top already. Everything is fully saturated almost. Currently, the two lighting systems are kind of like a little bit too disjointed. I feel like it, anyways. Like, yeah, like these, like it's so white and bright here, but her face isn't catching any of that. The green color here as well is not really reflected. Although maybe in this case is, I mean in the shadows, it should be reflected in the shadows. So there's gonna be some problems that we have to solve, but I think so far it's going fine. So far it's show right, mate. Show right. Pretty good for now. So much for wanting to keep things simple, yeah. But I mean, if environment comes in and like stuff like this happens, like there's no way you can ignore it. Because it's gonna look weird. I suppose you could ignore it and just have it be weird, but... it's just what this is, right? What art is. It's part of the job description. So cool. So true. Dang, it's almost 2 again. At least I know I can just keep drawing this. The good thing is that like because of how hands-on we are with the style development and answering the questions and figuring out what we don't like, I pretty much always have an idea of what we can do. Like in the past, rendering, I would get stuck. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what I should be doing now. Like, yes, I need to do the hair, but like, how do I do the hair, right? And then how do I do this? How do I do that? We simplified that because this is plushy, right? Everything is the same structure, same material. Everything is kind of slightly round. So it simplified that. There is no longer as much variety. And then because we are always talking about rendering and line art and this and that, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, yes, I may be kind of done. Maybe I don't know how done I am with the current colors and this and that. But I can also do something else. Now I can go and do the line rendering for like the fur. And then we can do that first and then just come back later and see how we feel about everything else. Because with more information as well, it's easier to decide if there's still more work to be done or the other ones are already kind of good enough. I don't have to obey the colors either. Because we are just trying to set up contrast. And because it is still just the same palette, like these colors are not from nowhere, it doesn't feel as disjointed as it might otherwise be. Oh yes, the most important part will be here. Ah shit, it's kind of hard to see, huh? No, Ria needs to be the one invading into the colors here. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. I guess the value has some issues. Actually, so the only counter argument for doing this right now being a bad idea is just that we're not sure about the colors. I might have to come in and change the colors. But because it's so simple anyways, we can lock the layers. I can just do it quickly. That's fine. And also, even if it's slightly different, I guess it's fine. The previous one, there were like some slight differences here and there. Oh, the face is the one part I don't want to touch because it's potentially problematic if we break the contour up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tune the colors. So this is definitely gonna get changed to it. That's fine. Oh, the tail line art should be below everything. Should be fine, I think. Kind of overdid it a little bit more than usual. Kiki doesn't get any. Oh, if Kiki does get any, it would be the straight lines where do just more controlled stuff like these. There's a couple here and there, I think. Eye line should be above all the other lines. There you go. Alright, and while we're on the eye line anyways, I'm just gonna bring in the colors here. I don't know what these lines represent. I just like the fact that it's black against saturated color contrast. Looks nice. Gives you a hint of what the eyes might look like. Yeah, let's follow the same shape. I don't want to introduce too much more noise here. Although this is a bit too green, I think. It needs to be a little bit more blue. Yeah, this is kind of weird actually. For Rhea, because the eyes are... I wonder if it should be horizontal. Oops. Yeah, I feel like horizontal fits the movement a bit better. Horizontal? Do I do this then? Let's try this. It's definitely gonna be not done today anyways. Even if it is, I can just kind of let it sit here. Yeah, this is way better now. So does that mean Kiki's one should follow direction too? I think that makes sense, right? Keep. For now, I want the pink to be sorted out. Pink is a bright saturated pink. Oh yeah, speaking of colors. Shade, I think. That kind of works. So here's the tuning part, because we got most of the stuff in there. I would like to keep canvas a little bit warmer if possible, just because it feels softer that way. If that's the case, maybe I have to shift Kiki's colors into, let me see, into red. Here-ish, maybe? It's nice that this is like blue, right? I kind of like the blue. It feels a lot more like very cooling. The value setup is not the same right now for the two of them. So there is definitely a problem here. Either we lighten this. Oh, we darken Rhea? I kind of like Rhea's setup. But the contrast is very low. What is this? Only like 10-ish points of value difference. Which is fine though, which is fine. Actually, during the research, I remember quite a lot of these kind of styles, their shadow value difference is very, very low. I'm gonna leave the color like this for now. Because I have the original blue that we used. Sorry, the original white that we used. So I can recover it. In the meantime, we can see if this one looks good. No, that's too strong. What was the one I used before? Huh. Oops. I'm gonna start taking the tails out and start separating the ears here. I think these main colors can be a little bit more brighter, perhaps. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, it's kind of... How do I do this pink? Yeah, they're very disjointed because there's no color affecting each other. We can try to cheat with overlays like these. Because it primarily is just, I think, like Kiki being this bright. I kind of need some kind of stuff going on here, I think. Actually, my only, if I just lock this onto rear only. Go, you Koto. Hi. Did I misclick? Wait, hang on. Did I misclick? What? Yes, yes, yes. Right. What do you use? Almost white, right? I wonder if I could make it. Not sure at this point. 100%, not 100% sure yet. It was over here. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's just put it on top. Yeah, this depends. Situational. Situational indeed. So far, it's not as good as before, I think. It just needs more fine-tuning. I think some of these areas should be purple-ish. Other areas can be brighter, like here. Line art can also be brighter. Ria doesn't have any colors just yet on the... Yeah. Light and shadow, everything is slightly different. So true. Yeah, white is quite... The contrast problem, I think. There's no good way to shift. Right, yeah, we should separate out the layers. That's fine. Did I change the color? I can't remember. I probably did. Yeah, this is too thin here for her. Yeah, I'm quite unsure. I think like Ria's colors were always like really good by itself. It is, yes, like very warm. There's like no natural sort of blue to go against it, but you can always use the shadows to do that. And the orange and the cream and the pink was always set up like as a like a nice and warm setup. And then now with Kiki in here, it's kind of weird. There's this dilemma between like wanting to. So Kiki's meant to be white, right? So we want her to be white, but like if she's as white as the background, she kind of sinks. Like she kind of becomes that same negative space. Yes. Good night, the virus. I will probably sit on this. There'll probably be quite a few more changes. I'm not satisfied with the colors. Actually, it depends on how I feel when I come back in. Satisfaction is probably not there, but like, it's always just like, you know, if I can't solve it now, maybe I'll solve it later kind of thing. Yeah, but anyways, regardless, have a good night. Yeah, I can't tell. Yeah, I suppose. I just see it slightly differently, but yes. We are walking through the entire process properly, though. That's for sure. Really trying to stay on top of it this time, but work in progress, I guess. Pretty normal, I suppose. That's how things are. Ugh. It is interesting. I do like the thicker lines from before, just because we want to put colors on the lines. We want to use it as a additional way of adding colors. Like the paws over here with the pink and the bright lines, it really stands out quite a bit more. But if the lines were to be thin, then we would have lost that ability to do that. Kiki's colors as well is kind of tricky, right? But like, I feel like gradients are doing a lot because it brings things together. Yeah, I suppose that is true. That is true. Rather than necessarily bringing like these things up to a high standard, it is perhaps a lack of like incomplete stuff that is driving that sense of completeness. Right. Right. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Like using sort of like these layer modes to deal with this is a good way to sort of bring colors together. But at the same time, because of the individual differences, it is not necessarily 100% doable. Like you want different colors on different parts, I think. Yes, thank you, Davaris. Good night. It also brings, like, takes out some of the shadow value, like this. Yeah, it's based on past experience of how I feel versus what I've been doing and trying and this and that, like, I think what's going to happen is that I would not be satisfied with what I'm seeing. So there's two things. One thing is that we accept that this is how it is because of the palette that's involved. Like, whenever you're doing, like, super white, like, pure white characters like that, there are just no place for you to put in colors and values, like values specifically, like darker values. Because, number one, we have a restriction on the values themselves, right? We don't want anything that's too dark and high contrast. We want to have softer vibes. We want to have lower value contrast. So with a base color of white and lower value, that's just by definition not going to happen, right? Like, we're not going to have darker values. So it's going to feel a little bit faint. The lines themselves too. It's not that we cannot make the lines darker. It's just that throws in like a very strong contrast, like directly with the lines. I think it might be doable with the lines because lines are fundamentally slightly, like, I interpret it slightly differently. Like, it feels a little bit different than like a big block of color. So it might be possible to take the lines and then we use it in a way that adds more color while also increasing the sort of readability. Which by that I just mean like using like a saturated color on it. But if we do saturated colors, if I do saturated, blah, 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 blah. I think before we did do some saturated colors on Ria, it would look kind of okay. Yeah, maybe the use of gradients was a bit too aggressive this time. Let me see. We want selectively put in some areas here, super saturated. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to look balanced. Which is the hard part. Because I don't know what balance means in this case. Does it mean like an even distribution? Does it mean like we need to have a specific set of shades? How does that relate to Ria's own colors and this and that? It's like not easy to verbalize and like make it concrete, but I guess we have to try. I do like this being a little bit more discreet. This time around, these lines are a little bit thinner. Like the first one we did was kind of thin, and then the second one we did was thicker, and it gave us that impact around the face, and I like that. So we do want thicker lines here, despite it perhaps competing against the eyes, simply because we are going to tone it down, and the eyes are going to be pure black, and these hairs are not going to be pure black. So it's going to stand out. The eyes are going to stand out regardless. We don't have to worry about that. Should be able to add some more color here. Screen's going dark. Years. Definitely more colors now. Not sure about the balance, but Randomly put in some colors. Kiki can be more colorful just because white is naturally a little bit more affected by other colors. As long as I don't overdo it, but I don't know where the line is, so... Hard light. Oh, buggers. Oh wait. Hard light was always the original intention. I forgot. I forgot. Okay, hard light here is crazy. Anyways, interesting, I guess. I mean, we did start from nothing, right? Empty canvas to here. Somewhat comfortably, you know, like we're not really worried about the... I mean, I kind of worry about the render, but like for the most part, it's just in control kind of worry. So it is good, I guess. I definitely abandoned the idea of trying to make everything super clean. Like the layering setup and all this and that. I used to want to make sure everything is on the right layer and this and that. Now if I just like, if I need something, I'm just gonna go in and put it in there. However I can, right? And if it works, it works. Everything else is additional work for no reason. We don't have terminators because I don't want to have too many things, but like the whole line being colorful thing is kind of trying to go for that vibrance, which is like which the terminator, like adding terminators would help. Yeah, she kind of loses a bit of identity here because of the identity. Give her back her usual. We'll stop here for now. And then I'll just see how it feels like when I come back in. We still have some stuff like the embroidery textures and this and that we haven't really put in yet. I think ideally I would like to make a thingy that I can just reuse so they're more stable. Instead of doing it with the brushes every time. What else is there? I don't know what else there is. I'm kind of tired. This is work in progress. Let me bring it into the board and see how it compares side by side with the others. So interesting. Wow. Hang on. The values are a little bit stronger than, or rather quite a bit stronger than VIA, I think. It breaks up the shape of the face, which is not good. Because I think as the face is the part that we really need to make sure it reads. It's a balance issue, I think. Arguable. I think which one is better or not better. Or isn't that? Here still could do with a little bit more. Alright, I forgot. Yeah, anyways, I will hop off here. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. Goodbye.